Oh, hello, hello, hello. We are up and running. We are here. We are doing. Oh, how's it going, everybody? Take a moment, run around a wee bit. Just give it a moment, see if anybody pops up and says hi before we continue on. Oof, Mafia is almost rank 3. They're not offline, it just said they were online. Alright. Where are we going? Mask of Grief, Maudona. We gotta go to the Rising Stones. We are finishing patch quests today. It's gonna be a good old time. How's it going, Minfilia? Have you a moment, Pika? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Hell yeah. Ida questline. Sad reason for an Ida questline, but Ida questline. Hey, it's Pika! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? Thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. Placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. Trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rathfrost. They've got you running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending a savior of yours yet to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what is it you're here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Ida lass I've got a whole selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. Yeah, she doesn't seem to like the science very well. What? So you're not supposed to go in here. Oh, at the Rathfrost. Shit. Oh, Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. When I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moonbreed, I love these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Uh-oh.
Is that what I think it is?
Hey, thank you for the follow, Chaotic.
Hear me.
How's it going?
We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Uh-oh. Dragon migration causing problems. Ugh. Alright. What's going on? What's going on? I need the lowdown. Give me the updates. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreed's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Oof. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly, you come with the news of Dravanians. Oh, it's her. Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago. The battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of noble houses' finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I would gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well, I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter and that of our action. Sorry. That of our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal to you, Warrior of the Light. Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgard Somas and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Pico. Ooh, that looks rough. Hmm. Are we out of our own reborn? Not yet. We're on the last of the patch quests.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Yeah, almost there. We are. We're getting through the last of the patch quests this stream. What the fuck was that?
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Uh-oh. 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 Seems like we got a problem. It seems I was the swifter, Pika. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Uh-oh. Something happened to them after they refused to let me through earlier? Gates of Judgment are more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. It is our first line of defense. If a first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. It would seem the heretic struck first, a most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies, we chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery? Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. Let us speak more of this back at camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Yeah-oh. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horshaphant, we'll know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend who in one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a simple misstep could send us plunging into the abyss. Your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. Oh. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologies for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstance, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgar's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estenine. Ooh. May I present you Ishgard's Azure Dragon. Ah, an impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estenine is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fares sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the replication of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. Trophy Haldrath plucked from the beast worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Though should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at our gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain, though we know the heretics covet the eye. We have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem you have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much as I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Orsian Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger and would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of the beasts and beastmen. Till the Garleans arrive, that is, for you may be certain the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthus. They would not even have to draw steel. Imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not. I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. The circumstances are far from ideal. The desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gate to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we were to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the Antecedent. Boom! Here we go again. One. Into the solar.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury. All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions, and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
First and third. First and third have fallen to the corruption. I have bid the Archons travel to the assigned nations. Should the members of the Allegiance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. Small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphinaud. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I'd also have you consider the matter of your own security. Of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Korthus. It's not unimaginable that the fight may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of practical challenges we may encounter. Alright, we're taking Tataru along. Hold on. We are rather close to Korthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and band-aids laid out just in case. Good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Pika. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn. Ugh. Alright. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Korthus, then Toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil. I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she wills. Shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. Dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town, the Ruse. Oof. Ishgard sounds like she's in a real mess. That ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. Lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the 4th that day. I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vaults in Wilda. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, and that and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you. Oof. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Damn, okay. Sell me blade to these guardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me a fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hockey did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. So we got a maybe. Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sounds of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do? Here you are, Picus. Did you sway any hearts? One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slaffsborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clinking knights at least. Oh, I've been caught up with recruiting, I almost forgot. There's been word from Alpha now. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight. They've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Well, here we go. Chamber of Rule. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with the negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegiad Alegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard.
Uh-oh.
Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
There's gonna be more problems in Uldar after this because... Oh... Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horschiffant and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilberd, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have but yet this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and then the Dravinian horde. Ere they descend upon Ishgard, I will join you as soon as I am able. Pika would have you and your adventurers, allies, bolster defenses at the steps of faith. Report to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Alright. Oh. You are the appointed captain of the Soulsword contingent, then welcome. There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravinian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Nishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. You go wrong with the good old flashbang spam. Still hit me. Boom, 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 boom. What news, adventurer? Reinforcements decimated, you say? Dravani devils damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battles to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. The last in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart, stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to lay unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany your defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well. Signs of the 7th dawn. We could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatened the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we might be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right, if the dragon should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you all. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. Trust you are ready then? Good. Come let us make for the battlefield. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Accept the fear into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood. Oh shit.
To me!
Is this supposed to show what big raids are going to be like? This ain't going well. Oh, we got this. Oh. We did it! Beat the dragon! The dragons, they're withdrawing! Victory is ours! One of Nidog's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. What of you, Nidog? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Yet you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidog, and only your death will sate my lance. Begad, the dragons are routed! Lest you wonder, the fighting at Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Levieur, Pika, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray to let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of a singular importance. The Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Asians and the Empire, but step by step, unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bears past the many evils that seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demand of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Hell yeah. Ooh. Pika, welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Pika. Thank you. You must be wary, Pika, and now may very well be your only chance to. Intercended! A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Nanamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah, in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are being recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers' contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of self-swords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhaps they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbrita, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasion may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you do me a favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Uh-oh, Tataru, don't be getting yourself in trouble. There you are. Oh, Pika, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably tuck to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Pika. I'm glad we had this little chat. Enjoying the game? Ah, yes I am. Hello, how's it going, Tori? I'm almost done with the patch quests. I'm about halfway through the last patch of quests. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. Hey, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. I've been hesitant to broach the subject with all the recent excitement, but Pika made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I am not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you've certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. I enjoy helping people through the story, so I'll be around. Hey, appreciate it, appreciate it. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even the Hoary Boulder and Cultinet have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too shall acquire the power to defend myself, and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey! This is the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Is aught befell with which I might help, Antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you'd ask of me? Oh yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as... Oh, very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now I think on it, I do recall Arian J mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. We'll get back to this one. I can just return to Limsa. Arcanists. Downstairs. Mika, what are you doing here? Didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thurbergame's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise, until we meet again. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanum. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial. Simulated inspection of 3 crates. Simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. That occurs to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliff south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. As she met her shining jewel. For a brother to bring the smuggler's planes to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Beat 'em with the backdraft, gut 'em with the gust, deck 'em with the downburst, go carbuncle go! Are those crates I spy? This must be the true test. We're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Come back, Carbuncle, come back! Are we gonna inspire her? I should have known you'd come, Pika. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own Carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbergame of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Oof. Poor Tataru. Trying to think what we have in the Scions. We have a rogue. We have a pugilist. We have a conjurer with Ishtola. Papalimos. Thaumaturge. Marina J is Arcanist. You got the play dead emote, didn't you? No? Ah, back so soon? How fared our fledgling Arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thurgoon, abysmally, as Pika will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified. I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. Nice, that one and the glow stick set have been the ones I've been eyeing. The glow stick sets, you can get they're only like $5 a piece. This is like really fucking cheap. Although I'd say you'll need to get one of the glow stick sets because they're both the exact same, just different colors. There's 2 different glow stick sets, but they're just different colors. For example, your exceptional skill with the numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon a carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thurgoon. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do, that is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little while longer. Wonderful, then to Costa del Sol we go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it'll pay off. Ooh, pop my shoulder. Oh. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures. Since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Oof. What a fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Oh. Who's a big boy? Here's a big boy. We got a big boy right here. Whoop bam. Whoop bam. Whoop bam. I think we got this, no problem. Easy peasy. Well thought, Pika. Well thought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for the reddish hue, they were treasured as rewards against dark magics in ancient times. Thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well I mustn't keep Flammen waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the scions and the elements and markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to Aunt Aceta and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Well, Pika, and thank you for everything. Sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? What was that evil smile for? What was that evil smile for? She kind of turned around and was like, heh, got it. Welcome home, Pika. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Liminsa. Alright. My sense is though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventure? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath the main of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault, I thank you, Pika. Now it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, my order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltonet were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer will not be presently fit for duty, hence may need to impose upon your goodwill. Truly, you truly are a pillar of strength, Pika. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your tasks he should be waiting for you outside. Be safe.
Ah, Pika, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonet? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself.
Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route?
True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together.
If such thought could bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Pika, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud.
He's waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Pika, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way.
I think he's gonna love that guy when he gets here. Mostly because the emote he does. Alas, the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isumha. Come, we are late enough as it is. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. We've both completed our respective tasks. Satisfactory outcome, though. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, sneak molt awaits, shall we? Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as they work. Fascinating, these readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise, I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have but one more site to survey. As before, my guardian, pray lead me to my task and ensure our safety. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. You chose to paddle in the Echo while longer, I take it? No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there's been a measurable decrease in yours' ambient aether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along. Hey, Della, thank you for the follow. How's it going? How's it going? Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. If you're soliciting art or management, no. Apologies, but no. I do not. I already have one in the works. Apologies. As I said, I do not need art or management. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements.
Yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the successful era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. Something else. Scion, come here, I need you. Well, we found Wilrid. You're not my friends, help has arrived. There you are, Pika. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What has caused Wilrid to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Pika. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The Anti-Senate will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Those bastards killed Wilrid. Holy shit. They killed Wilrid. I was hoping when I heard he was missing that maybe they just captured him and hid him somewhere. No, they fucking killed him. The first and the third company leaders are gonna fucking get it when I get my hands on them. I know it was them. I know it was them. They're fucking corrupted money. Pikas, you have returned and you seem troubled. The role of escort chafe you so? Wilrid dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation, and send word to Wilrid's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? But I am sorry, Pika. Doubtless this weighs heavy on your heart, and we have already imposed upon you so much. Pray take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near. Should other adventurers summon you elsewhere, perhaps now is time to heed their call. Complete the Crystal Tower side quest chain up through the Light of Hope is required.
Okay. So I'm not as close to being done as I thought I was. Why, if it isn't Pika himself, I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. So what do we owe the honor of the visit? You're directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb? Well, the opportunity you spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how we came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. Must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer very well find himself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first. Pika, I thought it was you. What brings you to St. Cornage? Don't tell me the Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe, yes? No? Oh, I see, you two are already acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, caught wind of the forthcoming expedition, has kindly pledged to assist us. He has? He has? Has he? Glad to have you aboard, Pika. You don't have the faintest idea what you are volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. Sons of St. Coinach are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allegan Empire. And this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. Ah, but I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allegan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. The mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can presently achieve. Neurotol Skeva simply awoke it. I mention this by way of reminder that you had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with the notable Allegan relic in short. You're practically an archaeologist. Now, to the core of the matter. Here in Mordona, there stands an entire Allegan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon and the Lesser Moon, Dalamud, before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and above all, kept from falling in the wrong hands. To put it plainly, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. Like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. We believe the tower to be a repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Fortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through a keyhole, much less set foot inside. The defenses take the form of statues carved in the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you asked? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. That we either destroy the statues or the front doors, forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It'll be difficult and dangerous, Pika, but I can think of no finer man for the task. If I didn't know better, I'd say you'd had a taste of these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There's much more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Our first objective is to reach the entrance of the Crystal Tower. As I previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analysis, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected during using crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the Beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the Beast Tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I'd have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for Lenocia, where both the Sapsa's spawning grounds and the Ukumero mines are located. You may be certain that the material used in the Beastman's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. Whatever you do, please be careful. Oof.
And I think this part's annoying, that I have to go do a side quest in order to continue the literal end of the main quest. You just sent me to get all 4 of them. Oh, damn it. Ugh. This is such an out-of-the-way nuisance side quest that you're required to do in order to finish the main quest. Um... Oh no, it's not that one.
Or if I have to go out and get more fucking Aether Sand. Instead of just grabbing it all and then bringing it back to him. It is. It is another quest to go get the other 2 fucking Aether Sand, because instead of just getting all of the fucking Aether Sand in one go and bringing it back, you have to make 2 separate fucking quests for... Ooh. 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 This is such a pointless, out-of-the-way fucking side quest, and I hate it.
Do you want to end this, Drake? I can hold on. I'll take that as a no then. I'm about to have to do this fucking... That's fine. I hate that I have to do this whole side quest line in order to finish the main... I'm like right there at the end of the patch quests, and the game stops and goes, hey, by the way, before you continue, you have to go do this whole side quest that's bloated and completely out of the way and annoying as fuck. You know what wasn't mandatory? Needing 4 crystals, but having 2 separate quests to go grab 2 at a time and bring them back. And then doing the same thing for fucking Aether Sand before getting here. I never played Final Fantasy III, so I didn't pick up on the reference. You see splitting paths. I'm just gonna follow my tank. I've got him marked. I'm just following my tank. I can't even tell what's going on.
I don't fucking know. Oh, we had somebody disconnect. Oh, they're back. Okay. We were already over that way? Shit. Yeah. Oof. this bird's just shooting me. Oh. Oh yeah, I got a royal crown. Good lord. I'm not even paying attention to what's going on because I'm just watching the health bars of everyone to make sure I can help keep everybody healed. Oh shit. That was my own stupidity.
Okay. Oh. We did it. I didn't even see that because I had no idea what the fuck was going on. We'll give it to that guy. Yeah, that was a lot of shit. Like, oh there, Pika. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of the structure defies comprehension. Some plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldesian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun. A characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. Giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegethon. Not a Ucheron, Phlegethon. He was a hero of the Allegan Revolution. You gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allegan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from the musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient text claims that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allegan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, well, there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? Can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through this maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Coinage fine for the present and plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, the expedition has some way to go yet. Well, I got a crown, but it's worse than what I currently got. Hold on to that, though. Why here? Still within the crystal gate. Fuck. Homestone gear will be better than anything else you can get. Fucking shit. Syracuse Tower. Do I have to be a cutscene for every single fucking time I talk to someone? We're all right here. Just let us all talk. Just get it over with. Holy fuck. Alright, I'm gonna take a nap. I'm exhausted. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Go get yourself a nap. Oh.
Oof. Shit, I'm dead.
Ugh.
Just take some time. it's been longer than 7 minutes. Oh, I swear I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich and it's gonna pop. And call that shit. I gotta run pee real quick. Oh Lord. All right. I mean, these look really neat. I just... it's just happening. Pew! There's so much fucking going on, I don't... Ooh. I'm on. Ooh. Hell yeah. We did it. Whoa. You did it. You defeated Emperor Zonde. Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you're the champion we had hoped for, Pika. The Emperor Zande, now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garlon, these are dangerous grounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you need mind me. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on, finish what you came to do. Two ways we may seal off Syracuse Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. Choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Dogo and I must needs tend to... Distortion, what is it? The power of Zande sought to obtain comes from the Void, the world of darkness, our people call it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Void Sent. Void Sent feed on Aether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Zonde entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Void Sent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect, however. Being of the Emperor's lineage, Unai and I believe that we can annul it. By his blood, Zonde sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It's time. Yes, Dogo, we may fulfill our purpose. Oh, be still my beating heart. For a moment I feared that this outing would end in disappointment. My readings were not mistaken. Not even an Ultima weapon compares to this. Hmm. So when man has everything, he then desires for to have nothing. Oof. Gonna have to go into the void next. Okay. Well, we're almost done with this fucking side quest story. Okay. We're gonna have to run one more alliance raid. Alright, enter the world of darkness. Oh. Papa. Just wait more time.
Oh, you got one. Let's go. This is the last one. Ouch. Whoa, magic bridge! Finishing up the Crystal Tower raids, huh? Yeah, I was forced to. Honestly, the whole, like, the raids are cool and all, but the quest line was so out of the way and just annoying. I'm like right there. I'm so close to finishing the main story, like the patch quests. And the game's like, okay, halt everything you're doing. You have to go do the whole Crystal Tower side quest. I knew they became mandatory content, but I didn't know they were required to finish A Realm Reborn. Yep. Yep, the patch quests. Literally, like, a few quests away from the very end of the patch quests, and it's like, okay, halt what you're doing, you have to go do this. I really like the quests, but I could see how aggravating they would be if you're just trying to finish the patch quests. Honestly, like, all these parts themselves aren't bad. The reason I got so aggravated were like the first two parts where it was like, hey, by the way, you're gonna need these 4 crystals. So we're gonna send you to grab 2 of them, then come all the way back, then send you to go grab the other 2. And then we're gonna do the same exact thing with the fucking sands, Yeah, it's fucking... What is going on? Honestly, like, if this side quest was just like, hey, go do these 3 raids, like, that'd be cool and all, but, like, the fucking bloat they put before it just really made it annoying. At least once you get started, it's only maybe a cutscene of dialogue before and after each raid. I'm pretty sure World of Darkness is the last one. Yeah.
Ugh. These raids do look cool though. Like this looks really cool. Ew. Also, these raids are just super fucking chaotic. Like, I don't really have full idea what's going on. Things are just happening. Ow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Where in the seven hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga, Yune, can you hear me? Nero? Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? I don't blame you for missing my company. Why are you purple? Think to 12, are you alright? Bro, why he purple? As alright as can be expected, Une has simply passed out. Oh, by the gods, what happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry into his body. Now the darkness claws at the aether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zonde's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. Same measure, for this vow does not protect us from the void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply could not let harm befall you here. Rodeo of the Crystal Tower. At that time would consume all of Allag that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest of Allagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allagan, not as you are now. But your royal eye bespeaks the simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope.
Scram, skedaddle, let's go!
Hey Ollie, thank you for the follow, very much appreciated.
You've turned unharmed, thank the gods.
And we outta here. Alright, I also got... Eee. Yeah, I don't care. Let's... Yep. Oh, let's get this over with. Finally ending this little side tangent. So we can go finish the patch quests. Boom. Done. Over. Finished. I can get back to the main quest. Oh, good lord. I'm like 4 quests away. Damn, he skipped one of the best cutscenes. God damn it, game. They should make the Crystal Tower raids mandatory from the start. I'll go back, because you can rewatch cutscenes, right? I'll go back and watch it. But, honestly, they should have made the Crystal Tower, like, a part of, like, the main story somewhere. And not had that annoying part at the beginning, and maybe it'd be easier to care about it. First time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in a common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's building up to stuff down the road. Yeah, because, like, from what I did pick up from it, it's essentially like, hey, the Allegan Emperor is still alive there. You had to put an end to him. There's people with Allegan blood that can close the darkness or whatever. Consequences of being too powerful and knowledgeable and shit. We've bested the Dravanians and Asians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. The Primal still plagues us. The Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes, in this very room, our dear friend Moonbrita. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Yeah, you got just of it for the most part, yeah. Alas, it's the royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in VoD that we might make our grand entrance together. Fortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Yeah. Off to the big soiree, Pika. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not, you don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? By the Navigator, Wilred's dead. Gods damn it, they must know they've been rumbled. Meaner, sod it. It's past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around on the quiet, like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of Dodo Consortium. Daft name for a business I ever heard of one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again, and I found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find a common thread. They were all owned by the Mirage Trust. I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are, short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men on the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know, as some of them are, I'd wager my right eye, they're the ones what did for Wilred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention, he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God's damned me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He held his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing in the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. And Pika, mind yourself when you're in Uldai. We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind that'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. The Syndicate in Ul'dah, they're all just fucking... I fucking hate all of them, every single one of them. They just need to disappear. Fuck them. We've only like had lore with 2 of them, and one of them tried to kill a guy who's trying to get rich to make rules to help the poor. The other one is fucking trying to start a fucking revolution so he can take control of the fucking world. I should have just... And you know what's ironic? They're both the Lalafell ones, too. What the fuck is up with the Lalafells? I'd hope that we might make our introductions together, but Mr. Smomodi just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. We will go on ahead, Pika. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Pika. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alianne, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others end up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. Short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under the circumstances, I'd thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. Oh. Are we gonna put a stop to the other evil fucking Lalafell? Is there some sort of scheme planning to reveal his secrets and get him in trouble? I fucking hope so, cause fuck that guy. He scanned the horizon, but no sign of Alianne. There's the file lying at your feet. Uh-oh. Because is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alianne? Why no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand? Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. I pray to return to Ul'dah, Pika. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you are here. Uh-oh. Bro, we brought you saving. Like, we rep your fucking... Ugh.
Oh, Salton Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ool has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Wasn't there, but this was... let's see. Like an alchemist vial. Beyond that, I can't say. It might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Alien. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon figure out what it's going on. Anyway, another message right for you all. One did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade to escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on, then.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
We are so close. We are almost done. By a moment, compose yourself before your audience. You may have it, or if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Several cutscenes will play in sequence, so we're going to set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay, we are here. We are ready. Ooh.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Her lady was in on it.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
You little fucking bitch. I'd fucking kill you right now.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
This little fucking rat.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Animo. No!
I hate that. I hate that.
the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Raban!
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
You asshole. I fucking hate these guys. They did a good job of making me hate these guys.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die! doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornonimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe has thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Let them have it, Ida.
I was hoping you'd say that.
This is so good. They weren't kidding when they were saying, hey, make sure you have time set out for this shit.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance? This is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
Damn it, dude.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
Oh shit.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
It's you.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
Look a million looking at Alfie.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see.
when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified.
Pippin?
The blame plainly lies with the Monitorists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Glad they could give a voice to this guy, even though it was closer to the end. Cart Guy, my beloved. See, between the beginning and the end, there is only one other time I saw Cart Guy, and that was in the Waking Sands. He was there.
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
You needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Well, I have a bot that normally deals with them, but that is a new one. That's some kick-ass bot shit. Some bots from Kick do the same shit. Soldiers will keep searching me for a while. Yeah, reckon we'll take the carriage back to Uldar and get a lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. No, like, if they had just taken out, like, General Raban or something like that, like, I would have been mad at them. But, like, those Monitorists did the worst thing they could. They killed Nanamo. Those bastards are gonna get it now. Especially if I find out Ida's dead. If Ida's dead, bro, they're fucking getting it. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. The fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man would feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Pika, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Hey, welcome back, May. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Pika are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Tarpin, but Alphino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Getting pissed at the monitorists, that's how it's going. They killed Nanamo. And I swear to God, if they killed Ida too, I'm fucking... Ooh. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? Then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I had the Enterprise, but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must first find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitorists and the Crystal Braves. Korthus. Korthus! Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monitorists claim. Marshal Torubin, I know not what to say. Ha! Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk, you must go, Master Alphino. Your ship awaits. Like, man, I swear, if they had killed any of the other leaders, or anybody else, like... But of all of the three, like, Ul'dah is my least favorite of the three starting areas, but Nanamo and Raban... I like Merylwib better than Raban. But Nanamo's just... ooh. Up, there's no rest for the righteous. Honestly. So, Ul'dah had the brass blades and mercenaries that would work for a coin that could turn against Ul'dah. Limsa has the pirates that they could turn against Limsa. What does Gridania have? Or is Gridania just the safest of the three? Like, we should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horshaphant, but mayhap he will know what to do. Master Alphino told me your tale. Master Alphino told me your tale, Pika. Warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. The last patch quest.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Uldar, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such.
Wait. You know what scion wasn't there? You know which scion wasn't there? Where's Orion J? Where's Orion J? There's no way he got caught. He would have been at the Waking Sands. I don't think they would have went for the Waking Sands. They went and got the Rising Stone. Orion J is reading books, leave him be. But he's safe, and we know he's safe. He's gotta be safe. This is like that time when the last time the Scions all got caught, but Thancred wasn't there. Except this time, I don't think Orion J is secretly the bad guy, or possessed by the bad guy.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor.
And not just Orion J, Tataru and Minfilia's adopted mom were both missing at the time. Well, they weren't missing, they were just out and about and hadn't gotten back yet. So they could be safe too! We still have Orion J, Tataru, and Minfilia's mom. We're fine. We'll rebuild the Scions. And save the others if they're still alive.
Will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Alfie is me when the depression hits after a horrible raid session. Oof. I just noticed that. It rides on the puff of darkness, holds onto my shoulder. I love it, that's adorable. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Another several cutscenes will play in sequence. We just got out of cutscenes. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entire. We just got analog cutscenes. Bring the popcorn. Tataru! You're fine! I knew it! I was just saying that!
Alphino, Pika, is it really you?
I'm so happy that you are.
I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then the Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamin told me to run, so I did. I ran and I ran until my legs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand.
Lady Ugiri, I forgot about you! And you don't have your hood up this time!
Yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle.
She is.
Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Ugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urien J. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse.
Okay, so he's safe. He's just reading books.
Transformation didn't take long either. Apparently Urien J started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh?
He's doing magic tricks.
Sorry, where was I? Oh yes. So we waited here at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did.
This is supposed to be a reveal for Al Ra, right? I don't know, probably. I mean, they had her masked up the whole time, all the way until now. Literally the last quest. Ugiri was the first Al Ra, yeah.
My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I'd hope that you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Saints' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we have yet cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others, see these scions restored to their rightful place and honor.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Ego-heavy child gets knocked down a peg and Fred gives him hot chocolate to cheer him up.
If I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orshfon.
Orshfon. That's how you pronounce it, Orshfon.
'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardian.
French.
The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
We did it. Oh. We did all of the patch quests. Is there any point to watching the... Is there going to be any, like, after cuts or anything like that, or can I skip this? Anything after counts as separate cutscene you can skip. Yeah, I know, but this part right here, is this safe to skip? That's what I was asking. Yeah, okay.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Of course it was... Of course he was worse than the fuck... Oh. It was the two fucking Lalafell merchant guys. They're both fucking assholes. Gabriella's is no more. The Ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Perhaps he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seed is well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation, unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. We're going to come across a bunch of other Ascians, but these two are going to be the last ones, aren't they? They're like the main Ascians. Oh, you bitch. Speak of fate, Archon, yours, mine, the fate of this very star.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond.
It's if there is a scion missing and they are just not mentioned, they set the precedent. It's just because they're up to bad shit. They're up to no good shit. Something bad's happening with them. First it was Thancred who got possessed, and now Urian J. Like, what the fuck?
Thou shalt find naught else here.
Oh, fucking bitches. All of them. Everyone. Just set me loose. I'll kill every single one of them evil assholes. All of them. Fuck them. All the monitorists. All the Ossians. Fuck them. Get them out of here. All the fucking Crystal Braves, too. I hate how the achievement is called my left arm. Cause Raban.
Light will shine again. So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything. You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Is it just me, or does Alphino sound different?
do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchefort.
Voice actors change in Heaven's Word. Oh.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortin. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Hear, hear!
Must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. Sentries at the gates of judgment have been formed on our decision. You need but state your names, and they will allow you to pass. A manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then. Does this mean I can go become an astrologian now? After 4 days, 2 hours, and 50 minutes, I can finally go do what I've been wanting to do this whole time? 4 days, 2 hours, and 50 minutes of playtime? Ooh. Wards of House 4 temps. Ah, yes, you may pass. New area? Finally? Damn, it's a Wimdy.
And so they came, at a friend's behest.
Alphino finally got a coat.
Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
They what?
To Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great
This place looks a little dreary.
devoted to Helone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city.
So this place is heavily inspired by European themes and uses French names. Got it.
In the midst of the Dragon Song War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmund de Fortemps, Heaven's Ward. On behalf of House Fortemps, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. The Lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars, if you all would come with me. Actually, let me come grab this over here first. I'll have to run around and get all the aetherite at some point. Is that... Instead of doing like they do with every other class quest, it's not so you want to be, it's what's your sign? Hold on. Where am I going? Oh, up around this way. Okay. I see. Warrior of Light and his brave companions walking the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I have waited for this day. Allow me to present to you my family home, Four Temps Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions must be made.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortomp, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortomp, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortomp.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
They're also tall and pointy-eared.
Forgive me, my lord, but...
They're elves, Ishgardians.
To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Elves and...
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
You want to hear something saddish about one of the characters? It isn't a spoiler. Sure.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city?
Stephen Critchlow, the voice actor for Edmond de Forton, passed away 4 years ago. Oh.
You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
New music, too. Though our friends in House Fortin have been generous enough to extend us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper that we learn about our new home so that we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. Then there's the markets and taverns. We'll need to know where to shop and where to hear small talk. It would seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall of course do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservant shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. Ah, but I grow forgetful, my dotage. There's something I must give you ere we part. The documentations is in order, I trust? Yes, my lord.
Those documents identify you as wards of House Forton. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that you remain under the protection of House Forton. But let us hope it shall not come to that. Ah, so they're racist. Rest assured that we shall do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. Pika Tatsuru, the city awaits. As this is your first time in our fair city, pray permit me to show you to the Hoplan, whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all our sights pale in comparison, 'tis only meet that you see it first. I shall then show you round the jeweled crozier, where you may purchase all manner of goods and services before descending to the Foundation's Aetherite Plaza, if there are no questions. Alright. Let's get the lay of the land. Did I fucking miss the finale? God damn it. Hey, you can always go and watch it on my YouTube. Go to my YouTube and you can watch it there. All uploads will be on the YouTube. The Hoplan, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. Vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Begging your pardon, the statues to the south, are they perchance Thornton's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thornton, the first, to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and tradition, and there's much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Now then, if you would follow me to the jeweled crozier, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elise, our master of the markets. Nope, not this way. Yeah, this way. And then... sharp turn. Wait, no. This way further? Oh, there's stairs downward over here. Here we go. The markets. By the way, you can become the Asher right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Okay. Personally, I like Alphinaud's old voice actor better. That's just me personally, though. It's not as smooth, and it feels like it's trying too hard.
Well, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers, which makes you all... Ah, words of House Fortin. How very interesting. Count Edmund has granted us leave to remain in Ishgard for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Accordingly, we will have needs of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you are content to accept the custom of foreigners. Should you be uncomfortable? Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Weapons, armor, accoutrements, medicine, materials, whatever you desire can be found in the Crozier. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you, as you shall soon see.
Ah, so the merchants aren't racist.
Next destination is the Aetherite Plaza and Foundation, if everyone is ready. I'm gonna go become a I'm gonna go become an Astro first. So I'll catch up with you guys. I will do it. Do it. Wait, can I just come down this way and cross through here? No, that takes you down to the Foundation. Gotta go up and over. It's not this one. This is the Dark Spectacle. I don't know what that is. Howdy. In here? Yes. Greetings and welcome to the Athenum Astrologicum. Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know more of fate itself. Yes. Then you were wise to come hither, for in the stars are written the fates of every woman and man on Hydaelyn. It was there in the stars that I read a man would call upon the Athenaeum this very day, a man who would play an important role in my own life. Ah, but my apologies, even the most skilled reader cannot scry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours so that I might know who is to be my newest protege? Yes. Pika, well, I was not expecting that, but what is a name? But an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters. Lives whose paths have already been foretold, in a sense, that is. My name is Jana Quinard de Durandare, and I am an astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name. I will not. It is too French. for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Ishgardian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. Now where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but that would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well, at the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of stars, is a branch of ethereological science which originated in distant Charlayan. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago when Adunel the Younger learned that the movement of stars could also be used to foresee the movements of the Dravanian horde that the field became popular. Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into 2 similar yet ultimately different schools of learning. The Charlayan school of astrology and the Ishgardian school, the former placing focus on tapping celestial aether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy, the latter specialized solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I am a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let us just say that my fellow astrologians have been less than approving of my path, but as simply because they are afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know of Charlayan astrology, it can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted me. Ah, us! You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path that has been laid out before you, instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable. I see you waste no time in making a decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training can unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I have been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count, and I still often misread the signs shown to me in the skies, though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenum in Charlayan. Not the Charlayan, mind you, the colony that once thrived in the Dravanian hinterlands. I can recall my time there like it was but yesterday. The first 6 moons, I was not even allowed to touch the deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the major arcana. Most of my time was spent in the scriptorium, transcribing old tomes and astrological fundamentals such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred the task and would tirelessly pester my instructor as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th moon that I realized all of the transcribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to do those very things. The position of the celestial bodies within the 6 elemental houses and their relations to the major and minor arcana of the deck of 60, therein lie secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon you too will become privy to these secrets. But not this day. No, I would not have you transcribe musty old tomes like I was once forced to do. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. See, I am expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the studium has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak at the Holy See regarding the implementation of Charlayan astrology techniques in city-state defense. The last professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and I have begun to worry for their safety. I should be much obliged, therefore, if you would inquire of the other astrologians here at the Athenum if they have heard of aught. God damn it. I think I have information about whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from across the blood-brine sea. I'm an astrologian, not a fortune teller. I cannot simply look to the stars and square the location of his guests. Unless it's guests of dragons, that is. So these guys are very limited. They're not actually that talented. They only know about fucking dragons. Losers. I'm gonna be better than all of y'all. Let me guess, Lord said he saw you in a vision and that the stars told him you were to study Charlayan astrology with him. Am I close? It must be the 100th of his little pets to pester me this week alone. I harbor no ill will towards ignorant unbelievers, not unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in talk of stars and fortunes, but you may tell sorry excuse for astrology and for the umpteenth time that I have heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Charlayan. Let's not tell them this again. I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologer, alright? Still waiting on word of his missing Charlayans instead of actually making an effort to find them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that the nearly 15 years since his return from Charlayan, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder that he has never yet managed to convince a single peer valued of the Charlayan school? He is a privileged little sprat who spends more time gazing at stars in young maiden's eyes than actually trying to read what's above his head. Alright, you tell the poor man I just returned from the observatorium, and one night at the communal feasting hall happened to overhear Chief Astrologian speaking of one of his aides regarding Charlayan. He was visibly upset. I wasn't about to risk my career over something I care little about, so I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. That is all I know. You do not hear from me. Master Forlamo. And I thought this day could not get any worse. Oh no, I'm not suggesting that meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It's just that may not be in our best interest to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you are an outsider and an unbeliever, and, well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just and for the good of all Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the Observatorium alone and meet me there. Whoop! To the Observatorium. Pika, allow me to apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Jenna Quinard, I might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You've always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. 'Tis why you are as worthless to the Athenum as you are when you returned from that heathen city a decade and a half since. But the stars, they can serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The Aether within can be used for... The Aether should be left be. Has history taught you not about the folly of the Nimians, the Andapori, the Machi? Mine uncle, the Charlayans, have been wielding astromancy for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. This power, combined with Ishgardian astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tide in this 1,000-year conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters at the Vault agree, as they have given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come to trade bobs with you, nuncle. Let us save that for another time. I'm here because it has come to my attention that you may have information about the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlayan. For someone who says he is not here to trade bobs, you have been quite generous in your dealing of them today. If it means you will leave me, and if you will leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'd be more than happy to let you know what information found its way to my desk just yesterday morn. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the professor's ship from entering the Strait of Merlthor, where they would have made their way up to the Maiden and to Quarthus. After detouring around the south of Vilbrand, they finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took land route along the Royal Allegan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems, they lost their way. Ah, lost astrologing. It is as my morning reading predicted. Dalamud was in detriment in the house of the Spire while ascending over the ecliptic. Pika, you must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Quimperin. He is my personal manservant and shall accompany you. He is not one of the for conversation, but his sword arm is amongst the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe if any danger were to befall you, and something tells me danger looks on the horizon. It is a pleasure to serve you, my lord. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. All right. Now I'm safe in Gridania, right? They don't want me dead like Ul'dah currently does. Lord, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party actually can go to Ul'dah just fine. I figured as much. They pretend to not recognize you. I figured as much. Lord, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through not but a bell ago. It should not prove overly difficult to find them now, but before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I would not dare utter aught ill of my master, but his recent fixation with finding a protege, I believe it ill-considered. This passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Forlamont has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. Are you really gonna like Astro? I'm gonna give it a shot because I really like the aesthetics of it and I want to try it. I beg of you, pray do not drag him any further into the quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain at that, a dream. No good will come of encouraging him. It will only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Jaguard, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Look in your crew chat. Fat, the image that is adorable. But I'm going for the spacey themes and aesthetics. I like the stars. Suggest we find the wayward travelers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead. Might I ask you to take the rear and see that none might take us unawares. Ooh. Uh-oh. These are the Chileans we seek, and it appears they have found themselves some trouble. Unhand my grandfather. Feisty, we'll fetch a fine price for that one from the pleasure barge captains. Oh, you dirty bitch. The soul has spoken. Cried the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of begamid baubles and golden trinkets. Up, or I'll toss you to the snakes. Want to see the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything and he's dead. Wait. See, I like their outfits way better than the Ishgardian Astrologians. The pointy hats are stupid. The dunce caps are stupid. Grandfather's soul crystal, why would he leave it here, surrendering any power he might have had to free himself from those bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in his reading before he left the old world. That was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scried from the cards that he would serve as a bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other? These men of the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before the adventurer here. It is your destiny. You must take the soul of the astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walk before you and know their journeys as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge needed to wield them, I, Leveva, shall see to those matters. You saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. This is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the astrologian in your hands. It is fate. I did it! Astrologian unlocked! Okay, so this is the best I got right now. Arcana gauge unlocked. Using the actions Astral Draw and Umbral Draw will play 1, play 2, and play 3 with their respective Arcanum, which will be represented in the Arcana gauge. You can view the job gauge description at any time from the Actions and Traits menu. Okay. So, let me... Move the Arcana gauge. And put it here. Okay. So what do I have? Deal unaspected damage, potency of 150, restore target HP, damage over time. So swap these. I always have heal on 4th. Sleep over here. Move that. Okay. Okay. That up there. Uh, okay, so we do that. Okay, so what are... And you put that one there. Okay. Plays the Drawn Arcanum after executing Astral Draw or Umbral Draw. I only have Astral Draw. I don't have Umbral Draw. Upon execution, play 1 changes to the balance, play 2 changes to the arrow, and play 3 changes to the spire. And Astral Draw changes to Umbral Draw. Oh, so they swap between. Astral Draw effect, action changes to the balance of the spear. What does the balance in the spear do? Well, if I just use it real quick. Let's see, right? Oh, it also restores 20% of maximum MP. So, increases damage dealt by a party member or self by 6%. If target is melee, DPS, or tank, or 3% for all of their rolls. So damage boost. So put that on a DPS, put this on a tank. So DPS and then double this on a tank and the tank won't die. Or if anybody's low. I see, I see. Neat, 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 neat. Okay, I got it, I got it. I'm going to take a quick moment, as it is almost 7 o'clock, to warm up some dinner real quick. I will be back in just a few moments.
Alright. Need to get back to my leveling, so I'll be hopping back to Adamantoise. We go have fun. Now, listen carefully, we don't have much time. The star globe, which you hold, is both your sword and shield. It will grant you strength as well as protection. Most importantly of all, it will grant you insight to the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heaven's aether into your body for use in all manner of magics. The better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic bodies, the better that aether might be manipulated to bring succor or pain. But as you already know, the star globe is not the only tool the astromancer has at his disposal. Yes, the arcana, or more specifically, the 6 major arcana, play a defining role in what type of astrologian you will become. Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future the card predicts, but the card influencing the man so that a certain future becomes more attainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in the coming battle. What is it that brings this man victory but aether tapped from one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, making it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked directly to a target's destiny, as well as yours. Are you the one who will see this man to fortune, or will you lead him to downfall? It all depends on your reading. Normally I would not dare to cover so much in a first lesson, but it is my grandfather who has placed his life in your hands, and I'm not about to watch him have his throat slit because he cannot tell the face of an arcana from its back. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandits' blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favorable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest. If you would ever become a capable astrologian, you must believe in the path laid out before you, and in your power to read it, follow it, and ultimately control it. Take you some time to acclimate yourself to your new abilities and let me know when you are ready. Let's begin. Oof. Okay, so damage boost, heal boost, and shield. Damage boost. Damage reduction. And a heal. So 1's always best for DPS, 2's always best for tank, and 3 is always best for whoever needs it. I get it. Okay. Bitch. Oh, this is a false direction.
Oh. Bam. No. That's not where I'm going. Where are we going? Oh, there's more cards this way. Boom. Oh, looks like a dead end over that way. So we go this way. The spear. Oh, god damn it. I wasn't paying attention to him. I have to do it all over again. Fuck! Yes, I know this. Yes, yes.
Hmm. Bitch. Oh. Boom. A bomba. I was not told there would be two astrologians. Enough of this. I am Quimperain, in the employ of Lord Janequanad. I am sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Janiquad, he said. And where's my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make the long trip from the old world. I see none but Quimperane and this adventurer. I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our arses. That is of no matter. It was all as the stars had foretold. Yes, I saw this adventure long before even setting foot on this accursed continent, when the Arcana whispered to me and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal. And having witnessed how he eased into his new role, but mere moments after taking the crystal, globe, and deck. Yes, I knew at once my reading was true. This adventurer was the astrologian I had been seeking. But now let us see if he has potential for greatness within him. Look to the skies, Pika, and there you will see 6 stars aglow in a pale yellow. This is the bowl. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the world tree, planted by the matron and nurtured by the keeper. The world tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the world tree, or the bowl, grants a strength as to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. Now you have opened that gate, and its power is yours to command. The solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It's not coincidence that this very constellation is risen to mid-heaven at this very moment, the moment of a new astrologian's birth. And to think I saw all this a moon ago. Seems I'm a better reader of fates than I thought. Ha ha ha. But I jest, it has been a long journey, and more than its share of unexpected excitement. I am an old man, and one does not need a deck of Arcana to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let us make haste to Ishgard so that I may give that ungrateful Janet Quinard a proper upbraiding. Boom! One more aetherite to grab, and that should be all of them. I will take this one back up to the Thanum. Still missing one. The broom. No. You know, the broom is where I'm at. Well, I gotta get the other one. We'll take the other one up. While I'm at it.
Jeannequard, 15 summers have passed, and still the flippant clod I lost half of my hair tutoring, sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin. Always taking the easy route, and you wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second heaven's gate. Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and Pika could locate you. Think of the confusion had you arrived here only to find the Athenaeum empty. Wait, how did you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather's the greatest astrologian in all Charlayan. There is naught he doesn't know unless he doesn't wish to know it. You of all people should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? You, board of Professor Mace, isn't that why you made the journey? Grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil, one who it appears he wasted years on. Wasted? What are you implying, my lady? Ah, my dear Leveva, you still do not see it, do you? Without Jeannequard stumbling into my tutelage nearly 2 decades past, he never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent him to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul, Crystal. Professor, the adventurer has stolen the soul of the astrologian. Ever the unobservant, Jeanne. If this adventurer had stolen my crystal, Leveva would have read up some terrible fate for the lad. No, Pika's my successor, something I mistakenly thought you might be. Even I cannot see every future, it seems. But do not despair, I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Charlayan School of Astrology here in this den of fools who fail to see aught and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue that fight, and that's why I bade Leveva to remain here and further your, and this adventurer's, training. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words? No, you have to continue your training with me and your protege, or you crawl back to your obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Charlayan astrology. Should not be so hard for you, Jeannequard, since considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you have committed the basics to memory, then return here. In the meantime, I will be traveling to Eorzea, searching for locations where Pika and you will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps traveling alone is so soon is unwise. Don't you think I know that? This is why you will be lending me the services of your able manservant, Quimparian. I will, yes, of course, Lady Leveva. Anything for the granddaughter of Charlayan's finest professor of astrology. Quimparian, you heard the lady. Very good. I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing now, but rest assured that if you neglect your studies, I will know. Boom. I gotta go check on some things. 'Cause I thought I had another astrologian hand arm thing. Weapon. That one's level 50. This one's 32. I'm close to this one. So I'll pull these two out. Alright. So that's the one that's... I don't have any more prisms anyway. Alright. Yo, leveling!
gather the sand? Ooh. Damn, fucking bitch. With the one side. Boom. 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 Killing it. You hear me? We're killing it. Big balls. Big balls. Big balls. Boom. Neat. Well, that's that button. I'm gonna run these real quick so I get that ring. Oh, I can also equip. Right. Let's swap to White Mage real quick. So I can run these. So I can get that ring so I can level up Astrologian quicker. These are annoying as fuck though. Oh. They really ought to just let you skip all the talk and do the final trial. If you think you know it. Hmm. Oh.
It should let me start over already, because I already failed one of them. It's stupid that it makes me go through all of them. Last one. Okay. Let's see what quests we can do. God damn it. There you are. You know what? I think I'm gonna wrap up stream here since I'm mostly just gonna be doing some like running around and leveling. I think I'm just gonna relax for the rest of the night. Let me see something though. Yep, alright. So, for everyone on Twitch, we're gonna go raid Pengu. Everyone else, that'll be it, and I will see you later, crew.